garbage ass OBS. Okay, we are back. Castlevania Lords of Shadow, the Ultimate Edition. Ultimate means that it comes with all the DLC, don't you? I spent a bunch of time yesterday, post-stream, working out how to delete my save file for this. Because this is one of those games that you have one save file for. You know, that's fun. Do I do a new game? No. You cannot. So, you know, the usual fun of removing Steam Cloud Sync from it, finding where exactly the save file is located, deleting that. Starting it up, finding it just doesn't work for some reason, re-enabling Steam Cloud Sync, verifying all the files. Eventually I did get it to work properly without Steam Cloud Save Sync, so we can actually do a new game file with this. It is a pain. They should just give you multiple files or the option to delete your save data. I don't know what it was about this point in history that just does that. Capcom games around this time do it as well. Like, you can't have a new save file of Resident Evil 5 without going through a bunch of hoops to delete the save file entirely. Same with Devil May Cry 4. I believe Devil May Cry 5 does the same thing as well. Why? Alright, so we got subtitles on, we're in full screen. This doesn't have borderless full screen. So this is another one of those games of if I need to do anything outside of the game window, it's going to disappear. Fun. 1080p. Everything is set to max. Here's what it looks like when everything is set to the worst. And it's louder than me. I think my mic volume is just quieter than it should be. I've been looking at the bars and I think it's just quieter. But yeah, let's knock it down a couple of notches just in case. Put it down here and then back in the game. Alright. So this is what it looks like with everything off. And here's what it looks like with everything on. So this should look better than when we previously streamed this in 2020. Because when we did that, we were playing the Xbox 360 version on Xbox One via backwards compatibility. Which is a fine way to play the game. Nothing wrong with it. But this is also around that point in history where PC versions would get like a few extra bells and whistles just to make them stand a little bit above the console versions. Like, if you remember when we did Mirror's Edge just before Star Wars month, stuff like the plastic sheets that they have between certain corridor sections, or like the way the cloth physics worked during the scaffolding sequences, those don't exist in the console versions. Minor stuff, but overall it should look nicer. I'm going to play this on Warrior, as is tradition.
The storm is coming. Mankind faces ruin and despair. The world is changing.
It also loads
yet
super
hope
fast.
Remains in the hearts of the people. We go about our daily lives never knowing the forces that can change our destinies forever. We are oblivious, ignorant like sheep to the slaughter. This night, in the year of our Lord 1047, marks the beginning of our journey together. A journey into darkness, into madness. I watch him from the shadows. Is he the one? He has come far already, but he will be tested, tested to the very limits of human endurance and beyond. This night he rides looking for the old gods, armed with an amulet that has led him here. Tonight he will begin his journey into oblivion.
So they set this out as like, oh yeah, it starts now. Here's where we start.
No!
There's copious amounts of Patrick Stewart in this game. But like we start this game, and there's a few things that are happening that make it feel like we've joined the adventure while it is actually already underway.
The struggle for supremacy is eternal, inevitable. Victory is the natural objective of every creature on this world. They will kill and die for their kind to dominate. Some call this eternal struggle equilibrium, the balance between light and darkness.
Patrick Stewart does a good job setting the tone. It's a good choice. Like if you're gonna get somebody in like that, Patrick Stewart isn't particularly expensive. He's an actor who will do the work for a reasonable paycheck, and he'll do it well. He'll commit to it.
Times
It doesn't matter what it is.
Men of
he's done this
faith
for it.
claim that this is a test from God to strengthen our spirit. Perhaps this is
And
true.
this is also back in.
Perhaps
It
it
said
is simply a
2013. I
pious
feel like
life.
Lord Shadow came out before that,
If it is
and this is just the Ultimate Edition
darkness
copyright date.
has come to engulf once proud humanity, and we are witnessing the end.
But this is Patrick Stewart back when his voice was still strong, which also helps. Because like as he's gotten older, his voice has become like quite soft, quite a bit softer and a little more whispery. And you can see it in more recent interviews and live action appearances and stuff like Logan and Doctor Strange 2. This is back when Patrick Stewart had like his strong voice, and it really works here. This is Patrick Stewart like still at his peak. Not to say that he's not good now. Age comes for us all. Alright, you hairy bastards. Okay, I'm literally not allowed to do anything other than the attacks they told me how to do. So I can't block. The daggers before they vanish. Throw the daggers by pressing B. So because we're fighting, I think they call them lycanthropes. They don't actually say werewolves, but because we're fighting werewolves, they are very weak to the silver daggers. New skills. I'm actually really in a good mood for this. Okay, so we've got the basic actions. Here's what they want us to buy, the guillotine. Which is not a bad skill, I do use this quite a bit. Lesser lycanthrope. These creatures are human that have been poisoned with an infectious disease known as werewolf influenza, which is transmitted in most cases by the bite of another lycanthrope. There is an old saying that goes like this: if you are bitten by a lichen, better to let it gnaw. And like most proverbs, it is probably true. Once infected with the disease, the transformation process can be completed in only a few minutes, after which the victim's mind will have been replaced with the savage instincts of a ruthless predator. A rare disease known as AIDS. So I think for the sake of this, we will, like, read all of these as they come up. As an infant, he was found abandoned at the door of one of the Brotherhood of Light convents. It is not known who his original parents were. Some suspect he was the unwanted bastard of a local wealthy landowner, most likely from the Cronquist family, though this has never been proved. The Order named the boy after the blessed Archangel Gabriel and raised him as one of its own. A precocious child, he quickly proved to be extremely talented, developing an unprecedented mastery of the fighting arts. Gabriel took the surname of Belmont from his love of the mountains and the high places of the world. Prone to dark moods and occasional ambivalence, Gabriel was deeply affected by the death of his childhood sweetheart, Marie. He has embarked on this quest at the request of the elders of the Brotherhood and has a burning desire for revenge. So, like, we know where this ends up with Gabriel. We're not going to say where it ends up, because in case anybody who hasn't played this watch it, or hasn't, when we did this previously. But the first hint of where this is going to go is right here. Most likely of the from the Cronquist family. It's a subtle enough hint that you're only likely to make any kind of thing out of if you've played previous Castlevania games. And even if you have, like a lot of other things here, it's probably just name dropped. Because this game does that a lot, name dropping Castlevania names. Because ultimately, while this game is labelled Castlevania, it's not very Castlevania. And it's not even just in terms of gameplay, like, games evolved in that sense. It being set in a new timeline, doing something new, it doesn't take a lot from previously established Castlevania lore. Wargs are the principal strength of large lycanthrope raiding parties. Some of them are blessed by the Dark Lord himself, which gives them new powers such as improved strength and wound regeneration. Due to the nature of this blessing, these powers are heightened by a full moon. Those are all expensive. Hello.
Who are you?
I am Gabriel. I have traveled here seeking the Guardian of the Lake.
You are from the Order? They sent you?
I wear their garb, don't I?
How do I find him?
He will find you. In the forest.
Well, I think a big problem with the way this game starts is the story feels very disjointed to begin with.
I follow him into the old forest, watching him from afar. He is strong indeed. The one God comes to drive out the many, but here, in this place, God's influence is thin and threadbare. The old gods still hold sway here. Few venture this far into the wood. He is disturbed by dreams, dreams that gnaw at his very soul. He will rest for the night, but rest will not come easy. The battle has left him weakened, but he knows the dream will return, and though he fears nothing on this earth, yet his nightmares sap the strength within him and leave a cold grip on his heart. Tomorrow he will use the old hunting path. Long has it been in disuse, but for now he dreams.
There's ideas here that I do quite like. Like, we're moving into the new millennium. It's 1047. We're moving into the second millennium post-Christ. And it's not like, oh, only one God exists, the Christian God. It's, no, the old gods do exist, but the influence of the one God, the Judaic God, Judeo-Christian God, is becoming so prevalent that it's essentially driving the other gods to extinction. And it's an idea that I like as an explanation for, like, the rise of Christianity and the downfall of the old pagan myths.
What motivates a man to confront the challenges that most of us would run from? Condemning him to solitude, exposing him to defeat and death. The answer is love.
So this
A
is
force
probably
so
something of a
powerful
concern.
that all
I think.
reason becomes blind
Of, like,
to it.
It feels like
Blind
we've
to
started
all
partway through the
things,
journey because we
even
have.
the truth.
Gabriel does this whole quest because
Loss
he
of love can
wants
make a man
to
desperate. Desperate
avenge
enough
his
to do
lost
anything
love.
to bury the truth, to hide from its pain.
And it feels like maybe the game should have started with that. Maybe given us a reason to know or care about it.
I hear you seek the Guardian of the Lake. I will take you to him, but we must be quick. Climb onto my back. Hurry!
And then there's this just popping up out of nowhere as the second level. It's like, I feel like we should have built something like this. Yeah. Marie, the youngest daughter of a rich merchant family, was always attracted by the courageous nature of the Brotherhood of Light. Curious and lively, she often escaped her duties at home in order to help the monks, baking and cleaning for them. During one of these visits, she would become acquainted with a boy that would later become her husband, an orphan by the name of Gabriel. These two youngsters were made for each other. They grew up together and made promises for the future. These promises were kept when one idyllic morning, with the blessing of both her family and the Brotherhood, the couple was married. Marie provided a good counterpart to Gabriel's dark moods, and often just her laughter was enough to blow away the gathering storm within him. Now Marie has been tragically murdered, and Gabriel seeks revenge. Hey, don't see. No, this is a world where these things like just exist and are known. I don't think it's like, particularly far-fetched for someone to say something like that in a world with this kind of thing. Little is known about these fierce wolf-like beasts, except that they appeared soon after the coming of the Lycanthrope Lord. Despite their wild looks, wargs are fairly intelligent creatures, capable of being tamed by lesser lycanthropes who ride them into battle. Wargs are ferocious creatures that attack opponents with razor-sharp claws and sharp, deadly teeth. Yeah, it feels like this whole thing is something we should have built to. Like the horse coming out of nowhere to help us in this regard. I have never properly gotten the timing of the parry down in this game. I can do it, like, really well in the sequel, but in this game, no. So inconsistent with it. Like, ultimately, one of the big problems with this game and its idea of the story is that we're given an introduction to it as things are shit. Like, everything's bad and it's probably going to get worse. And we don't know anything about the world as it stands. Like, we don't even know anything about the Brotherhood of Light. It's a thing. Oh yeah, we were raised by them and they trained us to fight. And they're a holy order. No, we're just in this quest, and we're supposed to care about it. And you could be like, oh, these are all nitpicks you're making. There's like, but the big point of this Castlevania game over previous Castlevania games is its story. You can't make the story a major focus of the idea and then complain when the story is criticized. I think the whole thing of games pushing to be more cinematic was always a stupid idea anyway. Because you end up with essentially double the criticisms.
Can travel no further. You will find what you seek ahead.
Like, you've got the criticisms of the gameplay mechanics, and then the criticisms of the idea as a movie. Okay, we were just riding the horse. It was like, oh, I can't go any further, you'll find what you seek ahead. And then it's a travel montage? Especially when it feels like we didn't go that far on the horse. Like, it feels like it would have made more sense to have the travel montage with us still with the horse. Ride horse.
Alone again, with only his thoughts as company, he continues on his journey to find the one he seeks. Who or what was that strange creature? There is a power here that few know, a power that could have some influence on events. Perhaps the Guardian of the Lake is aware of him now and offers aid in his quest. There is just the small matter of the dead bog to overcome, a place that has claimed the lives of many of the Brotherhood. The smell of death is strong here, and danger lies around every corner, but nothing will stop him. Nothing will stand in his way.
I think ultimately issues like this are probably why it feels like the game has such a rough opening. Like, it gets better. It really does, and you get more invested in the experience. But you could be invested from the start if the game presented itself better to begin with. There is something terrible in the water. There is something in the water. Something terrible. I have seen men dragged under, never to return. The location of these creatures can only be seen as ripples or bubbles on the surface. I surmise one must wait for these ripples or bubbles to disappear before progressing through the bog. One cannot walk around them because the noxious fumes lay either side of the safe path. So one must be patient and wait for the right moment to cross over them. Heck, I know I'm going to die, but at least I will be fighting, not swallowed by any of those mire fiends. Honestly, I do actually really like the way Doom 2016 handles its story, and it's a game that I do want to do soon. If I can't solve the fucking audio issues on the PC version, I will just do the PS4 version. And we'll finally do it properly, because I've started that game like twice on stream. But like, the fact that Doom 3 presents a story to you, and the main character is very clearly uninterested in experiencing the story, is something I really like. Honestly, I really like Doom 2016's story. I don't like Doom Eternal's story. I feel like Doom Eternal focusing more on the story made it a weaker experience in that regard. Because the story was just... it was ridiculous. It was always ridiculous. But Doom Eternal making it a big focus of the point of the plot of the game highlighted how ridiculous it was, and it felt like they were missing the joke. Goblins. These diminutive, mischievous, and crabby creatures usually avoid contact with humans. Goblins make their homes around tree roots and mossy, damp areas and like to hunt in packs. Although they can be aggressive when threatened, goblins usually prefer to keep far from men and their dwellings. Goblins are a species on the verge of extinction and before too long will pass into history and then myth. You little bastard. The Naiad. A large part of the danger in the swamps lies in the hands of the creatures known as Naiads. These living things are usually passive, lying inconspicuously on riverbeds and in muddy, damp places, waiting until someone stumbles within range. When they attack, their unfortunate victims usually stake their limbs for branches and are soon drowned and eaten. In days gone by, these once beautiful creatures were worshipped and sacrifices were made to them. But they are now forgotten by humans and have become evil predators, plaguing both wandering man and beast alike. So the bubbles signify that the ripples are going to start happening. And when the ripples are happening, if you're traveling through them, then you'll get pulled down. It's not instant death, as far as I remember. It's a quick time, then you have to struggle to get out of it. But it is kind of tedious, because of how slow you move in the swamp area anyway. And then you just have to stop to let these things move on. Okay, so this is progress, so what's the other way? So best off always approaching these areas by jumping into them. Is this progress? Order Shadow is one of those games that presents you with obstacles you can't overcome until you have upgrades from later in the game. If you're interested in going through any of that, and like... yeah, it was odd. And like, finding this hidden stuff, my recommendation is to wait until you have like all of the movement and traversal upgrades before you try coming back to get anything. This game is also the introduction of the combat cross, which is what the whip is. It's referred to as the combat cross in this. I don't dislike the combat cross. It's fine as a concept. And for this game and this universe, yeah, it's fine. My issue with the combat cross is that Konami seems to have decided that's going to be what the vampire killer is in all of Castlevania now. Because when Simon and Richter appeared in Smash, they used the combat cross. And it's like, but I like the classic vampire killer whip. So Ninja, you've not played this game at all, have you? Not since release, fair enough. I do recommend the second one. It's a game that I did overall enjoy more than the first one. And even when we did it again for stream in the Castlevania Marathon, I did end up enjoying its gameplay mechanics more than the first game. I feel like it's more refined in the way that combat works. Given how cheap it goes, it's an easy recommendation these days. You've absolutely spent more time on worse. Alright. Surprised it only took 2. There is also the interquill Mirror of Fate, which will help with Lord of Shadow 2's story. Because there's a bunch of stuff that isn't actually properly mentioned or explained in the second game. Like who Alucard is. Or what Trevor means to Gabriel. No, it doesn't. It's a separate game. You know, it's not as stupid as you might think, Ninja, because on console, there's the Castlevania Lord of Shadow collection that you can get. And what that is Lord of Shadow Ultimate Edition and Mirror of Fate HD. And I think a demo for Lord of Shadow 2. There's merit to the question. Oh, the Lord of Shadow collection, more than anything, was like prepare for the Lord of Shadow 2 thing. This game has some wonderful environment ideas, but I feel like it spends too much of its time with the camera pointing at the ground. It's a fixed camera, unfortunately. I feel like the environments themselves would have greatly benefited from a free control camera. But also just basic navigation would have benefited from that as well. There's so many instances where you'll be trying to go through something and the camera isn't getting you a good look at where you want to try and go, and there's just an invisible barrier there to prevent you from going anywhere near it anyway. Oh, the grapple hook. This relic was also built by the renowned artisan Rinaldo Gandolfi. The articulated metal tip can be used to grip objects and enemies from a distance, giving the combat cross the properties of a grappling hook. This also allows the wielder to climb, rappel, and swing around the environments when combined with the combat cross. Actually look at the proper combat cross. While most of the Brotherhood utilises more conventional armaments, Gabriel has been gifted with the Combat Cross, a heavy iron crucifix which has a retractable chain inside. The cross body was one of the first relics the Brotherhood acquired centuries ago. Its full origin is unclear, but it's rumoured to have been forged using nails used to crucify martyrs. The Iron Chain. The original cross relic did not have a chain and thus was not very effective as a weapon. At least not against more earthly menaces. One of its first wielders, a Brotherhood artisan by the name of Rinaldo Gandolfi, was responsible for the creation of the now iconic chain. The Iron Chain was his first addition, and during the forging process, every single link of the chain was quenched in holy water and then blessed, to give the weapon more power against the undead. There's the thing that's been stalking us. A swamp troll. Swamp trolls are a rare subspecies of the larger cave troll. Although similar in appearance to their dryland cousins, the thick fur has been replaced with a slimy coating similar to wet mold, which better suits the damper weather of their habitat. Swamp trolls are ferocious in battle and display a cunning that belies their outward appearance. Well, it's all tutorializing at this point. He wants to be sure that you know how to play the game. The biggest sin is absolutely the quick time events, which is just unfortunately a product of the time the game was developed in. It's like you go back to God of War. Like the classic God of War games that were very highly renowned in their time, and like you go back to them now and they are so loaded with quick-time events for everything. Simple enemy executions, quick-time events. Finish off a boss, quick-time events. Just everywhere. And they've absolutely aged horribly as a result, as an experience. Going back to them, you absolutely have to be aware of what you're getting into. Silver daggers. These daggers have been balanced to be thrown with extraordinary precision. They are made of silver and have small bones of saints hidden in their grips. Both characteristics give this weapon destructive power against supernatural beings, especially those who are descendants of the lycanthrope Dark Lord. He deserved it, Isa. How you doing, Isa?
Liar!
Let's press the random sound button. Awesome. See, that's a look. That's visually really cool. Had no idea this was coming. You know, based on the environment. Again, it's one of the real restrictions this game has with its fixed camera. Like, you could have so much more going on with more free-roaming camera. Welcome on in, Isaac. Have you played Lord of Shadow before? That is very understandable. I like a lot of the platforming this game does. None of it's particularly tricky. It's just like quite fun and well balanced. It's kind of like a visually appealing but toothless idea of what Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time introduced. And you know, like every third-person action-adventure game started doing after that. No, this one did quite well. This one reviewed well. It wasn't overly well received by the Castlevania community. This is what I want. The second one reviewed worse, but was received better by Castlevania fans. Ultimately, I think they're both enjoyable games in their own right. This is going to be the third time I've fully finished this game, and the second time I've done so on stream.
The stench of the bog fades into memory, and a land of great beauty lies before him. A paradise where nature lives in harmony with all living creatures. Indeed, a refuge for those who wish it. He is close now, close to the old gods and the old ways. Long forgotten by men, this kingdom was once revered by all. Yet now only a small part remains. Soon even this will disappear. The amulet senses its master. Its journey is almost over. He will need all his strength now, all his wits. If he is to succeed here, if he is to convince the old god to help him.
Yeah, you can do a lot worse than either of the Lord of Shadow games, honestly, Isa. I remember always missing one of these. Like, there's 5 of those runes hidden in this area, and you need to find all 5 of them to progress. And I remember having a real bitch of a time finding one of them. The ravaged corpses of my brothers lie scattered everywhere. I feel guilty looting the bodies of my comrades, but I must find more life gems or I'm lost too. Forgive me, my brothers. I won't last long unless I increase my chances of survival, and the dead have no use for such things anymore. I know there's a life gem nearby. I can sense it, but I just need to rest for a moment. I feel so weak. There's one. So that means we've missed one. Okay, so between here and the next one, we've missed one. You see, there's your problem. Oh, it's hidden off a path. It's hidden off the path in a secret path that you cannot possibly distinguish. Like, you look at that and tell me you could tell there was a hidden path there. No, you couldn't. The game really would have done better with a proper free roam camera. They don't even use the right analog stick for anything. Except the button. Later on when we get the ability, when we get the dark magic ability, we use the right analog stick to activate that. But that's just a press. You just press it down. My darling Martha, I fear that I'm not going to make it back. Look after yourself and my beloved daughter. God forgive me for failing in my task. Know that you'll always be in my heart, and one day we'll be together again. Your loving husband, Victor. So here's a fun thing for you. Like, come back later when your skills have improved. This game is long enough that on Xbox 360 it is 2 discs. So if you want to come back and like redo all these areas with the later upgrades to get all of the stuff that you couldn't get earlier, you have to be switching discs like that. Also, there will be nudity. Currently, that was quite tame. I don't know if you remember what some of the later nudity was, Ninja. I don't think it ever gets as like excessive as God of War did. but this was the era of like quick time events, and also just like big floppy titties on like exposed in video games. Why? Because we wanted to push the age rating up and aim for a mature audience. Alright. I get the feeling, looking at some of the blurry aspects of these cutscenes, and what looks like fairly bad aliasing,
Show
that
yourself.
these are pre-rendered.
The Brotherhood needs your help. I need your help.
I know who you are, Gabriel. I am the guardian of the Lake of Oblivion, where the living can communicate with the dead. Tell me, warrior, are you aware of what is happening in the world?
We have been deserted by God. Creatures from the void come to claim the souls of men, to wipe mankind from the face of the earth.
And what of the elders of your order? What do they think?
That God has not abandoned us. They believe that a powerful spell has been unleashed by someone or something. A spell that has isolated our world from the heavens, cutting us off from God, and allowing evil to flourish unchecked.
Why have the Brotherhood of Light sent you to the Lake of Oblivion?
They have dreamt that a message waits for me at this lake. A message that holds a clue to our salvation. I was instructed to seek you out, in the hope that you may show me the path.
The elders believe that these dreams are the last message from the heavens, and that you should know something that we are unaware of. Is that it?
Yes. My wife, Marie, was murdered not 2 days ago by the evil that roams these lands. Her soul and those of the recently departed are trapped here and cannot find peace.
And that is why they sent you to the Lake of Oblivion, because they believe that she is waiting for you here to deliver a message to you.
Yes. Will you help me?
Only the most deserving of the living are worthy of speaking to the dead. Are you worthy, Gabriel?
As with all video games, what he means by "are you worthy" is, can you solve this basic puzzle? Fun thing with this game, you can skip all of these puzzles and just unlock the solution, and the only cost is that I won't get that 200 experience points. To reach Marie before she dies, you must find a path to follow, try to overcome your sorrow, and you may avoid her demise. Choose only one direction in which to turn the 3 wheels, and their shine will reveal the hidden path of self-redemption. Essentially, I have to make all those bridges point towards the bottom. The trouble, you move one, moves the other way. I believe the reset resets the pendulum as well. I don't know how I feel about the ability to just unlock the solutions. On the one hand, like, these are not difficult puzzles. This is an action game intended for people who enjoy action games. So they're not going to task you mentally in the same way that, like, Silent Hill will. On the other hand, like, it's nice, the idea that you don't have to feel like you're going to stay stuck on this idea that's different from the game you've been interested in playing up to this point.
What does this mean? Tell me.
Only that you have passed the test. You appear worthy of entering the Lake of Oblivion. Make sure you have your daggers with you. One never knows when need may arise.
I don't think Gabriel was walking or anything back there.
The test has shaken him. I see the doubt in his eyes as he heads towards the lake. So Pan is helping him now. That's good. Perhaps it bodes well. I wonder if he knows what awaits him here, in this place where the dead can contact the living. It is cold now. A chill wind blows through his heart. I can see it, feel it. He will need help if he is to succeed. He must not fail. He will not fail. Not now. Not yet. Not if I have anything to do with it.
Pan. Classic folklore tells of a mystical spirit that inhabits untamed woodlands, protecting them from harm. Legends tell of different forms of this spirit, often an eagle, a deer, a boar, or even a horse, as well as many others. Some portray Pan as an evil satyr, while others tell the story of a benevolent and powerful demigod, servant of Mother Nature herself. But mankind, in its arrogance, pollutes and destroys the world, and the old spirits depart. And soon Pan must choose his own fate. It has a good environment design, it really does. Which again makes it a shame that the camera so often spends so much time just staring at the ground and you don't get a good way of properly appreciating the environment design. I'd be very interested in a mod that would give you more control over the camera. It would absolutely break the game because chances are, because the game is developed with that fixed camera in mind, anything off camera isn't actually rendered. But I'd be curious to see it. So this is the first Colossus fight. I think they call them Titans, but it is straight up like just Shadow of the Colossus idea. If this was the only one, it'd be like, okay, fine. Probably shouldn't have appeared this early, but alright, whatever. Ice Titan. Buried deep below the surface of an ancient lake waiting to be found are the remnants of once great European civilization. Among them a Titan of war. Before Rome, before ancient Greece, this great empire possessed technology that surpassed all others, and this Titan marks the pinnacle of their achievements. A great conflict known as the Necromantic Wars obliterated this once thriving civilization, and this feat of great engineering was lost. When the dark spell that isolated the heavens from our earthly plane was cast, souls of the dead were drawn to this place and somehow gave new energy to the magic runes, reanimating the Titan one final time. The mocking term that I've heard that I quite like is Lords of Shadow of the Colossus. But like, it's not really a fun fight. There's so many ways for you to get knocked off during the sequences. And then like you have to redo the sequence again. It just takes so long. But unfortunately, there are 3 of these fights in the game. The first 2 happen like so close together, you'd think that that's going to be a majority of the boss fights in this game, and it's surprisingly not. Like, I can tell you that three of these fights happen in this game, and you'll be like, oh, okay, here's one, and we'll do the second one, which will also happen today. And then by the time the third happens, you'll have completely forgotten that it was a thing, because it happens so much later. Believe me, Ninja, I know that pain. I've never finished Shadow of the Colossus. Like, this is the first one, though. Like, why are there... Currently, we're up to 4 rooms. Like, this is too much for the first instance of this. So that was that whole instance done about as perfectly as you could think.
Quickly!
And like, I feel like you could feel that that wasn't a fun experience.
Marie!
Hey, how you doing, Peach? It's not challenging, it's just tedious if you mess up. If you mess up, you've got to climb over all of it again. You can't go straight to the point where you fell off either. Like, if you fall off the headpiece, you have to climb up the hand to the other hand to the chest to the head to go back all around.
I'm so happy to look upon your face again.
This is Castlevania. This is the separate timeline reboot thing that they did.
The Elders of the Order hope that you can help us to understand what is happening. The world has been isolated from the heavens. Some believe that God has abandoned us. Can it be true?
I feel that the spirits are trying to talk to me.
You won't find
They
much
whisper things
like,
to me.
actual Castlevania influence
It is
in this,
hard to
though.
understand them all. It is so dark. So many people crying. I cannot find them in the blackness. I'm scared. There is something else. A shadow is on my mind. You must help us, Gabriel.
What are they telling you? Who are they?
They are the spirits who founded your order, and that the power of the Lords of Shadow is the key. They talk of a prophecy. I don't understand what they mean. I can feel myself fading. I can hardly see you. Darkness is closing around me.
Marie.
I love you, Gabriel.
Don't
I
go,
can feel
Marie.
myself fading, Gabriel. Darkness,
I love you
imprisoning me. All that I see. Absolute horror.
Why are you here? Who sent you?
I am Zobek, a warrior of your brotherhood. Pan and I are old acquaintances. He felt you would be in need of my assistance.
I have heard of you. I am sorry. My name is Belmont.
I know who you are. Is that the spirit of someone you know?
Yes.
You know, it's less of a Castlevania trope than you might think, Peach.
Forgive me. I couldn't help but overhear what she told you. It sounds like the spirits who founded our order are trying to tell us something very important through her.
What do you mean?
Only that the founders of the Order seem to be using the dead to communicate with us. The prophecy has been secret for many centuries. It is known only to a select few. There is no way she could have known of it unless they managed to tell her somehow. Praise be to God.
What prophecy?
It is written that a pure-hearted warrior will claim the power of the Lords of Shadow as his own, and use it in order to overcome all evil. It is said this warrior would become God's vassal on Earth, supremely powerful. He could do anything. The founding spirits have not abandoned us, Gabriel. Thanks to your Marie, we now know there is some hope. We have to enter the lands of the Dark Lords, you and I. We must reclaim the powers they hold and unite the heavens with this world once more. And don't you see, Gabriel? You can bring her back.
If what you say is true, then we need to work quickly and in secret. The Lords of Shadow must not suspect we're on their trail. then they will turn all of their attention towards us. We should take different routes, you and I. I will head for the land of the Lycans. You leave for the territory of the vampires and prepare the way. Then we must go on to the Lord of the Necromancers together. His realm lies furthest. Our enemy must suspect nothing.
Take this. It will allow you to absorb spiritual energy and will help cure your wounds. Good luck, my friend. May we be granted victory.
Thank you, brother. You have given me renewed hope.
So there's a fun thought, actually. There's a belief that this game wasn't originally intended to be a Castlevania game. It was initially announced as just Lords of Shadow. No Castlevania connection, and people felt like it might be a Castlevania game in disguise, based on pre-release material. And it was later announced to be yeah, it's a Castlevania game, Castlevania Lord of Shadow. And Konami were like, we didn't call it Castlevania initially because we didn't want it to take attention away from the Castlevania fighting game they were putting out, Castlevania Judgment. In recent years, that's kind of been called into question. Of was this originally intended as a Castlevania game? Or did they just change their plans to make it a Castlevania game to try and boost its profile somewhat? And we'll probably never truly know the answer to that, but you can see in this game how much of the Castlevania influence is essentially just very surface level. Names and such, names of unimportant characters, names that are there as a sprinkling of Castlevania ideas. It's oh, the Combat Cross was created by Ronaldo Gandolfi. That's a name that they could have very easily changed during development, because it never comes up in spoken dialogue. Doesn't matter. As oh, it's a reference to Castlevania Lament of Innocence, the guy who created the Vampire Killer Whip, and so on and so forth. Almost everything feels almost everything that is directly tied to Castlevania in this game is insubstantial, and it is very reasonable this game was not originally intended to be Castlevania and was renamed it for brand recognition. How true that is never likely to actually be confirmed. But we have an ad coming up, so we need to run this ad, and then we'll be right back with Chapter 2. Don't go anywhere. Let's press the random sound button. we're back.
We part ways, he and I. My instincts tell me he is filled with hope, a hope that will drive him ever onwards. Good. Perhaps he is the one, a warrior of pure heart who can deliver us from all evil. Perhaps. I wonder what went through his mind when he saw her there, his beloved. Did he see his dreams, or did he see his future blown away like leaves on the wind? I spy him as he heads out towards the reaches of Pan's influence. A forest lies to the east that leads to the land of the lichens. The ruin of an ancient civilization is there, forgotten and decaying. Once a proud testament to man's ingenuity and vision, it has now been conquered by nature, as she claims all things for her own.
That's all good, Peach. If it was going to happen, that was a good time for it. You essentially just missed an ad break. Zobek. If the chronicles of the Brotherhood are to be believed, Zobek is one of their longest-serving warriors. The list of heroic deeds attributed to him is as impressive as his vast knowledge of the art of war. Despite his age, he can deploy mighty fighting skills. His weapon of choice is a simple longsword which he handles with great skill. Unusually, he likes to wear the old-fashioned uniform of the Brotherhood of Light, that according to him was inherited from one of his ancestors, one of the founding members of the Order. Yeah, so I think like the only thing of any real interest that you might have missed, Peach, would have been my musings on whether this was originally even intended as a Castlevania game, or whether it was the name was added mid-development to add brand recognition to try and get this game to sell more. The second game and the Interquill Mirror of Fate definitely have more in common with broader Castlevania than this does. My comrade in arms has ventured my comrade in arms has ventured onwards while I rest here a while. The heat of the sun is relentless, and my wound plagues me still. I gave him my life gem in the hope that he may find provisions before nightfall, for our stocks run low. He's a good lad, strong and eager, yet he needs to learn patience in combat if he is to survive. I hope the life gem wasn't given in vain. Well, that didn't work. There we go. It could be that that fight is really just the developers taking something that worked and was popular and applying it to this game. Because like, oh, Shadow the Colossus. Yeah, it was fairly popular. Yeah, it was one of the big criticisms when it came out. The broad strokes of the standard gameplay are very God of War. Which isn't necessarily unique, because like a lot of games took cues from God of War around this time. My belief that it's a possibility mostly comes from the fact that this has very little to do with Castlevania beyond, like, lip service. Like, they're doing new stuff with an IP, and, like, rebooting and, like, changing stuff. And then there's making something new and slapping a name on it. Okay, here we go. The Ninja Gaiden 2 Stair Fight. Now, left or right? Go left. Ultimately, I think this is quite an enjoyable game, and I will include it in the list of Castlevania games. Because I think it does, like, probably just enough. But it's on the cusp. If it was a less enjoyable game to play, I would absolutely just like that. Plus, I'm a regular advocate of games like not needing to try something new if they do something that already exists just really well. It's like, we're at the point now where I feel fairly, like it's fairly reasonable to say that Skies of Arcadia is probably my favourite RPG. Skies of Arcadia doesn't really do anything new that hadn't been done previously in RPGs. It just does what it does really well. And I feel like not enough games are willing to be that. That said, I wouldn't say this game does the God of War formula better than God of War does, really. And ultimately, like, if it didn't have the Castlevania name attached to it, I wouldn't have given this, like, a second look. God is punishing us for our sins. The world is trapped in chaos, and we'll all die soon, trapped in limbo between heaven and earth. No chance of redemption, no means of escape. Badly wounded, the lichens can smell the blood. It's in me. My fate is imminent. Dear Lord, forgive me. I do not hope his sentence us all to our deaths, and for what? I and my fellow warriors lie broken and lost by the wayside. Damn him and his feudal quest. He and the elders should also be suffering for his sins. Yeah, I picked it up at the time when I got a PS3 because it was called Castlevania. And I didn't overly enjoy it. Like, I've said before, this whole opening sequence, the first two and a half chapters, kind of rough. But I was friends with a local game shop owner at the time. It was like a place I'd spend some time after college. Because this game, I got this while I was just finishing college. I got my PS3, my first paycheck, which was a little before I finished college. And like, I was talking like, I'm not really enjoying this game. And he was like to me, it gets better. Like, just stick with it a little bit longer and it gets better. And I was like, okay, I respect your opinion. I'll give it like a little more time. And it did get better and I ended up playing it through to the end. And if it wasn't called Castlevania, like, I wouldn't have played it again after that. Oh, they just die. Like, honestly, ultimately, this game was a fine way to spend your time in, like, 2011. It's a game, it's the kind of game that you would have nostalgia for if you'd grown up with it. Hey, how you doing, Leon? It's the kind of game you'd probably have nostalgia for if you grew up with it, that most other people wouldn't remember. Like, we've all got those games that we grew up with that nobody else has really heard of within our friend circle. And this would absolutely be one of those games for people who were growing up on the PS3 generation. Yeah, Marathon. Like, let's be fair, if Marathon hadn't been developed by Bungie, nobody would know what Marathon is in the modern day. Marathon's biggest claim to fame is that it was done by the guys who made Halo. It'd be a similar thing for this. Like, if this wasn't called Castlevania, the big claim to fame this game would have would be that it's developed by the guys who did the more recent Metroid games. And that'd be it. The Great Deku was once the largest and most gorgeous tree in the forest. It was so tall that its canopy could be seen from many miles away. Some people believe that it was alive and that its magical power protected the forest from dark attacks from creatures. I don't know if the legends were real, but the truth is that the Dark Lords maybe seen the tree as a symbol of life, cursed it with a plague that still remains alive beneath its dead stump. So yeah, that's straight up just a Zelda reference. They spell it a little differently, they add an H on the end, but it's Great Deku Tree. There's quite a few things like that in this game. How charming they are is entirely up to personal preference. There's the possibility that we'll find it, but I'll let you know right now. There is a reference to the cake is a lie. Which even by the time this came out was really overdone. That is a good one to have. I remember liking that one.
He is becoming stronger with every step he takes. His prowess in battle is undeniable. He will need it now. Goblins are one thing, but there are other creatures in the dark places of the world, creatures who know nothing of his plight, but fight for their very survival. Many fallen brothers are testament to this. Indeed, their bleached bones adorn the tortuous tunnels in this god-forsaken place. He runs ever onward into peril. I wonder who the prey is, and who is the hunted. Perhaps when the time comes, these creatures will know fear as they look into the eye of their quarry. Go, my friend, save your love.
Okay. Could be made clearer. I feel like I've always had trouble fighting these spiders. You ever notice you don't see spiders as enemies in fantasy games as much as you used to? You know, now that video games have higher fidelity like graphics. It felt like there was a period during like the early PS3 era where you'd still see them as regular fantasy monsters, and then they just really disappeared. Nowadays, like, if you have a game with prominent spiders, it's not uncommon for them to just have like an arachnophobia mode. These monsters are the largest type of known arachnids, and they are much more aggressive than any of the normal size variety of spiders. Giant spiders can be found in almost any environment, but they prefer dark, soggy places such as old forests, grottos, or Klim's bedroom. Like their smaller counterparts, giant spiders can weave webs of sticky silk that they use to trap their prey before eating them. In fact, spider silk is extremely strong and can even be used to make rope of incredible durability. The giant spider population has shrunk in recent years due to mankind's encroachment on their natural habitat. And to that I say, yeah, that's fine, I'm okay with that. What's that? Giant spiders are going extinct? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Can I turn off the screen shake? Because I'm starting to think that, like, maybe part of the trouble I've had with this game in the past is that the screen shakes, like, whenever I hit enemies. I guess not. But I can barely see some of these lycanthropes. And having the screen shake and motion blur applied, like whenever I attack anything, probably isn't helping that. You little bastard. Don't worry, Ninja. I'll kill the giant spiders for you. But only for you, not for anybody else. I should take a look at the entry this game has on the PC gaming wiki when I'm done here. No, I remember them being pretty big. They've got to be big enough for us to ride on. No, I can't get over there. There we go, now I can just kill the rest of them. Thanks. Let's go onwards. Wonderful, that means there's another one around here that I have to find. Can't even properly see what's over there. That's apparently not a thing. A spider bridge. For spiders. Now give me a dagger. Not up there. Thank you, Ninja. Oh, there we go. The other key. Nah, it's fine. They've become predictable enough that we can just have the auto mod catch them anyway. I just don't have the auto mod set to ban it, just in case anybody uses that term for whatever reason. But like, you can see the highlighted part, can't you? Like the highlighted part of that message. Yeah. So I was looking through them, paying attention every time we got one. I was like, what's the common thread here that we can just block? And it's stream boo. It's a word that nobody else is going to use. So I was like, okay, we'll just add that to the banned words list. And so now with it being like light on the actual auto mod, the auto mod will block any messages that use that for the actual mods to take a look at. But the end result is that regular chat doesn't see it and it doesn't pop up in the stream chat as well. So that's good. Spike chain. Ronaldo Gandolfi built 2 different chains for the combat cross, but this one was never approved by the Brotherhood for obvious reasons. The elders thought that the spikes were too cruel for the holy nature of the weapon. However, instead of destroying it, the artisan hid the links in one of the mausoleums of the Order, believing that one day it might be needed. With the spiked chain, the combat cross can be used to saw through obstacles and to tame dangerous creatures by looping it around their necks. And also, if your wife isn't dead, maybe she'll consent to it being used in the bedroom. This as a thing, as a mechanic, always looked really dumb.
So he has found another of Gandolfi's upgrades. This was unforeseen, though it should prove useful in the challenges to come. The lost city of Aghata looms before him. I wonder if you know what truly lies ahead for you, Gabriel, what God has in store for you. The land of the Lycans. This ruined city now belongs to their lord, and you can be sure he will not allow you to pass without forfeiture of your life. But in order to bring her back, you need to defeat him, my friend. You need to crush him into the dust, like the worm that he is.
Cool. Oh, hey, it's a boar. Oh, that was rude. The Warthog. I will now need all of you in your heads to be playing the Crash Bandicoot 1 Warthog level music. I don't remember what the Warthog levels music was. Hold LT and RT simultaneously to murder your mount in the cruelest way you can think of. Are you done with the beast? Then strangle it to death with the barbed chain you've wrapped around its neck. The Warthog. The genealogy of these monstrous boars has been kept secret among goblin tribes for centuries. It is a process that involves special breeding and feeding and large helpings of shamanistic magic. Warthogs are so scarce that having more than one of these mounts is something only a few goblin tribes can aspire to. Goblins not only use them for riding into battle, but also to consume all of the rubbish and leftover scraps of food, thus helping to maintain a clean environment. Fucking grenade at me, will you little bastard? Up we go. Oopsie daisy. What does this man have to say? I've been practicing my fighting skills and I've discovered that if I block off then I can increase my focus. This is really starting to pay dividends because I'm able to focus much quicker, which enables me to keep my magic on all the time during combat. Good for you. How did that work out for you? Oh, you're dead. There's something coming up soon that I'm really not looking forward to, but I don't remember like the exact time it happens. Are you curious what it is? Oh, God, do you remember the last playthrough we did of this ninja like 5 years ago? You know, because you have been around long enough to have seen it. Later, fuckers. Hello. Each creature is weak to a particular weapon. If one is clever, one can deduce what each creature's weakness is and use it against them. I'm going to take some notes to remind me, a kind of bestiary that will tell me what I need to know about each monster and how best to defeat it. Let's find out. If you type following, I think it'll say like exactly how long you've been following us. Like, exclamation mark following. Oh, hello. 5 years and 3 months. So that puts you in March, about. You believe it's been 5 years, though? And, like, we knew each other before then as well, because, like, we hung out in Teach Stream. Okay, I want to kill that guy on the left. You know, I'm glad I'm invincible during that. Because otherwise, it'd really annoy me. No, he's a big man, isn't he? The greater lycanthrope. Greater or pure-blood lycanthropes are those spawned from the Dark Lord himself. In these cases, their condition is not considered a disease, as the transformation process has been deliberately chosen. The endowment of lycanthropy, however, is not given to just anyone by the werewolf Dark Lord, and only a handful of his more loyal acolytes have received such a gift. The Dark Lord keeps these elite guards for special missions, and they are not only fearsome, but incredibly intelligent and formidable foes in combat. And that one just went down like a bitch. Like a little punk bitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, if they're so formidable, why did it go down like a bitch? Like an absolute pushover coward.
This ancient city occupies many layers, each one being the foundation for the next. It is a labyrinthine maze of dead ends and forgotten walkways. Danger lurks around every corner. He has shown great resilience, but this journey will take him longer than anticipated and deeper than any man has ever ventured in centuries. He will need all his wits to find an alternative route into the heart of the city, where his destiny awaits him.
I want to get to at least the end of Chapter 3 before we call it today. You might think, that's not that long, it's like we're only about halfway through Chapter 2. That said, I think Chapter 3 is actually a lot shorter, so we'll see like where we're at, like what time it is when we finish Chapter 3. I've been looting my brother's corpses in search of gems. If I collect enough, I'll become invincible. Those fools are too busy trying to save the world. I'll soon be able to conquer it with my newfound power. I know there's a light gem nearby, and I intend to find it. No one can stop me now. No one. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Ninja. I'm also enjoying it, but like it's really nice when the viewers are enjoying the stream as well. And like a lot of that starts with the game. It helps that it is like nice to look at. It has like really nice environment design. Also spiders. That one coming, you little punk. I wonder about that. Alright, thanks for joining us, Peach. You have yourself a fantastic night and you take care. We'll catch you next time. Thank you, Clem. I'm already on it. See? I'm on the spider. Check it out, his butt is shaped like a skull. Why did the spider have this? Yeah, like, it looks really nice, I think. Like, really helps the viewing experience. It's got a nice colour palette, which, to be fair, gets, like, quite varied over the course of the game. Oh look, it's one of the greater bitches. The meter in the middle is focus. It builds up through us doing successful attacks and like the synchronized blocks. When it's full, every hit that we do on an enemy will drop the magic orbs. Getting hit or using magic breaks the focus. These great and lycanthropes basically always just blocking. Like the absolute cowards that they are. Yeah, I think, like, playing this now, after having spent like so much time at this point playing these games with more of a critical eye so I can explain what my problems with them are. Like playing this now with that experience, I'm able to pinpoint what my problem with the combat in this game generally was. And that it's too visually busy, I think. I've learned that revisiting previous areas can yield beneficial results. I found items and relics that I wasn't able to use at the time, but as I became stronger, I have been able to revisit locations and obtain valuable items to enhance my skills. And I will continue to check my map to make sure I'm able not missing anything that could help me. So it's like every time we hit an enemy, like I said previously, the screen shakes. That introduces motion blur when that happens. There's also like the white lines that come across every time we swing the whip. This is the effect you get from hitting the ground. There's an effect you get from hitting an enemy. That makes it hard to see. Like, the unblockable attacks have a small white flash that's difficult to see in the heat of the moment. Now, add on top of that, when you're using magic, and everything's just glowing more when you hit it. And consider how far away the camera often is from you when you're in a fight. I think that ultimately becomes the crux of my problem with the combat in this game. Small troll. Biologically speaking, small and great trolls are more or less equal. However, their behaviour couldn't be more different. A large subspecies is fairly aggressive, whereas small trolls are cowardly and will quickly flee when outnumbered, often seeking the protection of their bigger, more violent cousins, from where they will throw rocks at adversaries. Alright. Cave troll. Trolls are a dying species living mostly in mountainous areas. They are aggressive and territorial. This sometimes can result in attacks on humans who are foolish enough to encroach on the troll's natural habitat. However, cave trolls are usually passive around their own kind and rarely attack each other, though they will often kill to protect their kindred. Men say that when trolls die of old age, they turn to stone, and this can clearly be seen in certain rock formations if one looks closely enough. Ah, wonderful. You know, I've never really thought about 100% in this game, but like... it wouldn't be an awful thing to do. I feel like the biggest problem with it is you can't get everything along the way. You have to go back to previous levels with later upgrades. And at that point, like the only purpose any of it is serving you is to be able to replay other levels with like higher health and such. Like, if you could start getting some of that stuff early enough that you could use it in, like, the later levels, that'd be great. I don't know if any of it would carry over to the DLC. I don't recall, like, what the situation was with that. Ninja, would you mind snoozing the ad for me, please? Thank you, Ninja. But yeah, like, you'd have to get any real value out of it, like, probably make a note of, like, what is required where. Go back as soon as it's available, pick stuff up like that, so that when you do get to the end game, you can be as full as possible with everything. And I just don't know if it'd be worth it. The bridge ain't gonna hold you, Spider Boy. Oh, you little shit. How many times do I have to kill you, spiders? Just once each. So here's the fun thing. The spider weaves like a web bridge. The web bridge is not enough for the spider to actually go across it. Anything good? Oh, the dark gem. I was wondering where I got this. I couldn't remember. So the idea is shadow magic works essentially the same way in absorbing stuff, just hold the right stick instead of left stick. While activating light magic means every attack you land heals you, activating shadow magic means every attack you land does extra damage. Though as far as like the focus meter goes, it's still the same thing. You can't increase your focus with shadow magic equipped. Get over here. Alright. Going up, I guess. Okay. I want to try and finish this level before we start the next ad. The trouble is, you can never really predict like how long these levels are or when the level is actually going to end. You see what I mean? I think it just stops right there. But when we come back from the break, we're going to be in the lost city of Agartha. So, random sound button. And we'll be right back after this. We're back. Now let's play a random sound. Jump right back
was
in.
once one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, but it didn't take long to fall under the onslaught of the Dark Lord. The lichens were innumerable, and the city was razed to the ground. The necromantic wars, as they were known, destroyed the advanced technologies that the Agartians had closely guarded. Eventually the Titans fell, and then the people were massacred one by one, or were turned into beasts, subservient to their new conqueror. None now remain to tell the tale.
Cool. A lot of that seemed unnecessary.
Wait!
Can't you just walk like a normal person? So, the thing I was talking about not looking forward to having to deal with is her. How is it impossible she did it and there's clear handholds there? It's because she's one of those characters that doesn't shut up. Dear Lord, Please help me find a way through this cruel city. I have been your faithful servant, good, honest, and decent. I have seen creatures ride the backs of wargs that almost appear tame under their control. How can this be? Please, God, show me a way to do this so I may continue on my quest to reunite this world with your heavenly kingdom. Amen. Yeah, she doesn't shut up. There's like the second Titan fight is done with her just constantly nattering down your ear. And it's like, it's impressive for a character that's presented to you as a mute. Oh, don't worry, Ninja. We'll get to the point where you will remember her, and, like, you'll remember her. Trust me. Either that or, like, you'll have repressed her. Yeah, this is a circle. Then you will know the true pain that is a companion character that won't shut up. I think it's the next level. It's like she used a crystal to kill that troll when it like absolutely wasn't necessary. Troll was backing away and was about to leave anyway, and even if it hadn't been, once I'd climbed up, could have easily killed myself. But like, it's like, she'll be like, oh, we need another crystal. And you gotta find 4 shards of it in the next level. And she won't shut up while you're doing it. Am I getting good at the combat? Okay, where am I actually taking this thing then? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I do think the combat ends up working better in the second game. And, like, off the top of my head, I can't think why. I remember just, like, really enjoying the combat so much more in the second game than compared to this one. Like, there's one boss that I found really fun who's kind of a mirror to you. And, like, he can parry your attacks, and I ended up having, like, a lot of fun parrying his parries. It'll be interesting to play that game again after playing this with the more critical eye. And see if I can work out like exactly what the difference is. Give me a gem or something. Nope. Many areas here are blocked, but I've discovered that cave trolls are effective for breaking gates and barriers. If one hits a troll hard enough, it'll be stunned and one can tame them and use them for their own purposes. I wonder if you can tame any other creatures. That looks like a drop-down ledge. Is that something I can just repeat? Okay. Alright, so I need another warg. Right. You're supposed to roll a different way, Gabriel. That felt like the screen was shaking a little too much for me to reliably have succeeded in that QTE to mount the warg. I feel like I got lucky with the timing there.
Wait!
Ain't going down. What's this? Yeah, let's go with it. Alright, 4 more levels in this chapter.
Who is this strange girl? Surely she could not have survived alone in this hellhole. Gabriel follows her deep into the depths of the city. I wonder where she is leading him. It is strange. I hear no words, and yet it seems Gabriel is communicating with her in some way. Something tells me she has a part to play in all of this.
This way. Yeah, I find the general platforming to be very standard and maybe kind of toothless, but it's kind of relaxing. And I kind of enjoy it. And like I say, there's good visual design to it. Damn this broken leg. Stefano and Michael are traveling ahead to find help. I'm so glad we teamed up because working alone was proving very difficult. Stefano has a shadow gem which has given him extremely powerful abilities, but I fear it's changing him. He's developed a strong temper that wasn't there before, and he revels in the execution of these creatures more than is necessary. I shouldn't complain, really. Now that he's not here, I feel vulnerable. He should be back soon, I hope. Okay. Yep, that's annoying. Gremlin guano sounds disgusting, but the fact that its substance was extremely valuable in a Garcian culture. It's very flammable and burns slowly, but with a very hot bluish flame. These characteristics made it a good energy source, and so it was commonly used during the first stage of the mythical city, at least until replaced by the more powerful dark crystals. Gremlins. Gremlins are small winged imps famous for causing havoc wherever they go. Gremlins travel in large groups, infesting buildings until the occupants either escape in fear or die. Gremlins are able to breathe fire, an ability inherited from their demon ancestors, Their small bodies cannot withstand too much punishment. They are very volatile and tend to explode if hit hard enough. Like being kneed in the nuts. Alright, there's one. Ah, wonderful. It's not even so much that we're kicking them in the nuts, we're grabbing them out of the air and punching them in the nuts. Because if they want to fly around and just be generally out of reach, then I'm going to use my extendo attack to grab them out of the air. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Gotta be careful with how much light magic I use around spiders. Because if I don't have a way of refilling it, then I don't have a way of dealing with the poison that they'll inflict. I mean, like, you look at it as, like, it used to be that these things numbered in the millions, and now they're in the thousands. I was like, yeah, that's like a big drop. But it's still enough for us to run into, like, a seemingly endless amount. You know, especially within a small area. I feel like I vaguely remember it. But only vaguely, because I mostly remember the stuff that comes afterwards with the girl. To be fair, I think the first half isn't very memorable. Like, I've always said the most enjoyable part of the game is, like, when you're... I'd say, like, even on the way to the vampire castle, like, you get to the village. Every time I jumped, they just smacked me down. That was kind of absurd. Yeah, I think even on the lead up to the vampire castle and stuff. Like, you go into, you head towards the graveyard. You go through the catacombs. I'll be honest with you, I don't actually remember the final fight much. Oh, you mean the final fight in the game? I thought you were talking about the final fight in the vampire castle.
Stop!
Again, could have just walked in. Didn't have to do the cartwheel.
Did you see the power that resides within those crystals?
Yeah, I saw a big
The
titty hell
crystals can
monster.
be really useful in combat. You can find crystal shards scattered all over the place. I often go in search of them.
How can I hear your voice?
I'm not moving my lips. I have the gift. I can also read minds.
Who are you?
My name is Claudia, and he is my protector. He looks after me. In return, I catch evil souls so that he can absorb their energy. Without it, he will stop working. But there's something different about you that... You seem good somehow, so we won't kill you.
I'm relieved to hear it.
It's okay. Let me read your thoughts.
No.
No!
What is it? What's wrong?
You are here to kill the Lords of Shadow and take their power. You mean to save us all and bring the one you love back. I am not afraid. We are coming with you. You won't make it on your own.
No, Claudia.
Done
I
well
must
so
do this
far.
alone.
I know the way. You don't. You need me. You need him.
Very well.
Cool, is he gonna give me a ride as well? No? Awesome.
Fate has played its hand, and now the die is set. I knew this child would play her part somehow, and it seems Gabriel has real help at last. It bodes well for our quest. The golem that protects the girl has something that could prove very useful in the end, something unforeseen. My dear friend, I see your destiny before me, and it is terrible indeed. And yet I have trust that all will be as I have hoped.
Alright, thank you, Patrick.
For thousands of years, this city overflowed with life. It was a sanctuary of magic, wisdom, and harmony. These people were the ones that created the crystals, which you've already seen. They didn't need armies for protection. Their powers were enough to thwart any threat.
Yeah, until they weren't.
That is, until the Lycans came. Then the balance changed.
Trolls, goblins, gremlins, creatures of nightmare besiege the city endlessly day and night. Most fled. Others used their remaining powers to create huge titans to fight against the invaders. The battle lasted centuries until there was no stone left standing. No one left. Those that did not die in battle were captured and devoured. My father was one of the last. He hid me. He created the Black Knight to be my protector. We have been running ever since. The Titans outlived their creators and stayed here fighting against an enemy that outnumbered them until even they were defeated. All except one. Behind those doors awaits the last of those Titans. The only way to reach the Sanctuary of the Dark Lord is through that door. We will have to defeat the Titan if we wish to continue our journey. The door will only open with the power of a crystal. You need to find 4 shards to create a whole crystal. We will wait for you here while you look for them. Go in search of the areas where the crystal shards grow. We will wait for you here.
Claudia is a mute orphan girl who lives in the ruins of Agahata, the destroyed capital of a once great civilization. The race that created the city lived very long lives, often over many centuries. Claudia shares this trait. Having endured innumerable years in the dust and decay, she has developed telepathic powers by communicating with her loyal guardian, the Black Knight. This is an ancient form of communication favoured by her ancestors. The strong bond she has developed with her armoured protector has saved them both on many occasions. Claudia is brave, carefree, unafraid to confront danger. In deep within is a sadness that will never leave her, the loss of her beloved father. There's also the thing that's kind of irritating of she had a complete crystal and she used it to kill a cave troll. I was like, I could have killed that thing without any real trouble. So we need 4 shards. I've heard legends of the necromantic wars and the advanced civilizations of the Agashians. It's said that one of their titans of war lies near these parts. They hope to Lord, the Dark Lord never finds and uses one of those behemoths, as they are easily capable of destroying entire cities. I'll search the city for clues to its final resting place and hopefully find a way to destroy this abomination. Not yet, Glenn.
Places where crystal shards grow are purple in color. You need 4 shards to create one whole crystal.
That's 1.
You found a crystal shard. We need 3 more now.
I want to find another health gem because I've been like 1 gem away from a health upgrade for like an hour. Oh, it might actually. No? Okay.
Remember, we still need 3 more crystal shards.
2.
You found another one. We need 2 more.
Come back when your skills have improved. Like, the game's physically preventing me because it doesn't give me the upgrade to do anything with that until later in the game. Skills have improved. Bullshit. There we go, that's what I was looking for.
Remember, we still need 2 more crystal shards.
3.
Remember, we still need 2 more crystal shards.
4.
Remember, we still need 2 more crystal shards.
5.
Excellent. Just 1 more.
Yeah, the daggers are standard damage. They do extra damage towards lycanthropes. I just don't really use them.
Great. Now come back here. Do not waste the crystal or you'll have to find another one.
No, because if we do that, I will have to go and find another one. And I'd rather just be done. So, like, during the course of that, he butted in 5 times to tell me what we already knew. Filled gemstones to power many different devices. Can only be opened with a dark crystal. Cannot find the correct way to do it. Was there a puzzle here?
Behind that big door, the Titan awaits you. These statues seem to be here for a reason. I think these statues can move somehow.
Alright, we'll be here, Ninja. This won't be a difficult puzzle.
Good work, Gabriel.
Okay, so I can't take the crystal back now for whatever reason. It's right there.
The 3 companions enter the chamber of the Titans. What awaits them there is all that remains of the great technology of the Aghartians. This battle will test them all, and there is no going back now. The board is set, the pieces in play, and we shall see what occurs and who will emerge the victor. The child and her golem will help, and I hope once the battle is won that Gabriel will have the courage to do what is necessary for our quest to succeed. For there is still the matter of the Lords of Shadow, and their power is even more formidable.
We have 13 minutes until the next ad, and I cannot say for sure if I'll be able to do this fight in that time. So we're going to run this ad, and then we'll be right back to do the second Titan fight, second of 3. So here is a random sound. We'll be right back. And we're back.
What a thrill.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. I feel like this is like the worst of the Titan fights. Thank you, Clint. I like the rain effects, but I'm not fond of the rain hitting the screen like a camera. That's not an idea I ever really like with this kind of thing. Not for anything that's not first person, at least. Absolutely despise this fight. Like I say, I think it's the worst of the Titan fights. And like, we did like really well with the first Titan fight. There was like no messing around with it. Once I was on the Titan, I didn't really fuck up, and that was nice. This one will not go as smoothly, and takes longer. It's another example of this game not putting its best foot forward first. Like, this is still early game. At this point, like, we're 3.5 hours into the stream. And you've been playing this game for like 3.5 hours. And like, how much of this has really been holding you in? Also, why does it have tits? The Mage-Smiths were an order of Agarthian wizards who specialised in the creation of powerful artifacts. Most of their inventions were objects of common use, such as magical clothing or enchanted weapons and armour. And probably the most impressive creations were the Titans. These golems of gargantuan proportions... It does kind of look like Shaun, doesn't it? These golems of gargantuan proportions were built for defensive purposes, but mages were forced to use them in the course of the war against the Dark Lord, during which most of them were destroyed.
Don't get too close to the Titan.
So, I think part of this is, like, to start with, we have to wait for the damn thing to throw a specific kind of rock at us. Yeah, like this. We have to wait for this to happen. It's like,
Now is your chance.
it's one thing that it's got boobs, it's another thing that somebody carved nipples onto these boobs. What's that, Glenn? Yeah, I think it'd be cool if Rebirth wasn't a bloated slog.
The Titan is stunned. Gabriel, go! Over here.
Why is her arm disappearing? Did you see that?
Down here, you bitch! Wait! And pick your moment, Gabriel.
Well, there was definitely something wrong with it.
Now, Gabriel, go! No! Here! Look, here!
Okay, what am I actually doing?
Keep away from it! Stay back! Quick! Hold on to something, now! I'm over here, monster! Come on! Look here! I'm over here! Hey! Over here! Down here, you bitch!
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Those falling rocks are too dangerous! Move away!
Like, presumably I need to get her to try and grab me with her hand. She only does that when I'm in a position to not dodge it. And there was no icon coming up saying I needed to grab onto something. You know, like swing over to another part. Nothing. So what am I doing? Aside from, you know, being about to die.
Now is your chance! Climb up! No! Here! Look, here! I'm over here, monster!
Okay, so you just gotta really quickly get out of that way. That's really stupid. The way all of that was handled was really stupid.
Gabriel, take this!
Man, I'm glad QuickTime events are just, like, kind of dead. Entirely dead, which they should be, but I'm glad they're mostly dead. I'm glad they're not just constant in our lives anymore. The good news is,
Titans are no more.
I did it without dying.
She was the last of her kind.
Shall we go on?
We should rest. Night is coming. I know a place.
Thank you, Clem.
No! No!
Defeated Stone Idol Chan. I can currently do it 8 times. Do I really need to do it at night? Yeah, I don't feel like it's necessary.
A great victory. Gabriel has won the trust of the girl, and together they wield a fearsome power. She is so young, so beautiful. Life is so fragile here on the edge of humanity. And yet in this unforgiving place, she has managed to survive with the help of her Black Knight protector. Sleep will come and take them soon. Tired and exhausted, they rest but this night. Fate once again comes calling, and I fear my friend will never be the same again.
So it's like, oh, she's so young, so beautiful. It's like, 1, that's a weird fucking line. Okay? And 2, her character bio says that her people live for centuries, and she has been alive for a long time. So she isn't young. She just looks young. She's actually 10,000 years old. She just looks like a child. Welcome back, Ninja. I don't understand why you'd sleep on an altar or anything like that.
I knew the first time I touched your face.
If, like, you didn't want to
I
die.
have seen my fate. I am ready.
Do not let the darkness possess you, Gabriel. You must remove the gauntlet from the night. It is a key, and the moment will come when you will be in great need of it.
No. I will have to continue without it. I will not harm.
I am afraid it is far too late for that.
I won't harm them. Gabriel, I just walked in and saw you stab her.
No. No. No.
No, I won't harm them. Gabriel, how could you lie to my face? Someone should really take these daggers away from us. We keep stabbing women with them. The Black Knight Golem. This golem was created using similar techniques to those involved in the construction of the Titans. However, a human body was needed to imbue the armor with great power, so Claudia's father used the corpse of a mute killer and weaved his soul within the armor to forge this magical being. The Black Knight requires souls in order to function, so Claudia lures evil creatures so that he may devour them. Despite this, the Black Knight is not evil. The soul of the killer inside the armor hopes for redemption by protecting his ward, and sees a kindred spirit in the mute daughter of his creator, who he has eventually grown to love. And it's like, you know, you kind of fucked that up, didn't you? I love how that overhand swing is unblockable, and they don't reveal to you that it's an unblockable attack until it's right about to hit you. So you've really got to be paying attention to the movements. Okay, that was mean. strip. Okay. I don't remember this. God. Can't even get inside of that. Okay, so this was originally a human body. Is like, what were they feeding him? I thought more of that was going to be the armor. Hey, Chance, welcome on in. What did you say to me? I accidentally pressed the wrong ad button. I apologize to everybody for the ad. That's not a good look. Yikes. Well. Yeah. I swear that boss, though, like, just stopped taking damage at a certain point. Like, after I got its health low down, it was like, okay, cool, when are we going to get the finishing blow? When are we going to get the finishing blow? And it just didn't happen. And then I died. It's fine. I think, like, the people who were in Chance's stream, it's like, oh, Chance is raiding with 3 people. I think they were Chance, Teak, and me. So it was like... Let me take care of this then. One of your friends, you say? Nope. Saying everybody here is a moderator. Hey. No, I don't see the ad. But like, anybody who isn't subbed is gonna, and like, I'm not gonna play the game without them. So we're just gonna sit here and chat for a minute. So I'll do like press the button I intended to press, and like Chance comes in and says, "Hey, no," and like, the fuck did you just say to me? These are the plans we have in motion that sometimes just don't work out. Let's press the random sound button.
I know you can read my thoughts, boy. Meow 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 meow.
I've probably got time for one more.
What a thrill.
Excellent. Welcome back, everybody, from the ad. I accidentally pressed the run ad button. I blame chance for all of this. So let's do the fight again. Motherfucker. Yeah, it's because of chance. You knew what you were getting into. To be fair, Ninja, like, I never blamed you for anything in your stream. That was all Flame. Man, you look at a guy like that and you know for a fact that he ain't got no alibi. I haven't blamed you for anything today, Clem. Didn't even blame you for her death. Could have done, didn't. Alright, so that's finally the end of chapter 2. Chainsaw. You know what? I'm going to hold off and get that. Now time for chapter 3.
Dreams are a gateway to the mind, and now Gabriel has paid a terrible price for succumbing to his weariness. The many sleepless nights since his love was taken from him, the fear of falling into sleep, the nightmares that haunt him have all played their part. Did he murder this poor girl? Or is there some other explanation? Doubt gnaws at him now, eating his very soul. The golem protected this child for centuries,
So she
loved
wasn't
her dearly,
young.
and there was no way he would have let Gabriel live, yet alone give up the gauntlet. Few men could continue. Most would abandon the quest, but something deep inside forces him ever onwards. A dark force has taken hold, and all creatures of the night will come to fear him now.
Anyway. Oh god, I remember this fucking level. The Dark Gauntlet. This piece of Agashian Mage-Smith technology was not originally part of the design for the Black Knight Golem, but was somehow magically melded with the construct during the final stage of its creation. Claudia's father included it because of the sheer power and brute force that it gave the golem, and deemed it necessary in order to protect his beloved child, but in truth it has a much darker purpose. That's right, Clem. Hot stuff. You slide one of your gauntleted fingers inside somebody's butt, you wiggle it around, and then they'll never walk again. That's also a good point, Ninja. Yeah, so I think we will stick with the original plan of beating Chapter 3 and then calling it. Because, like, it's this level and then the boss fight with the Dark Lord of the Lycanthropes. But, like, this is actually quite a long level. So we might be looking at, like, 4.5 hours. No, it's not full. I might be looking at like 4.5 hours by the time we're done. Yeah, now we just find like full dark crystals. Only finding shards before. If we'd gone like 20 feet further, we'd find full crystals. This crumbling civilization is a testament to man's greatest ingenuity. I'm saddened that all of the secrets that reside here will soon be lost, many of them sunk beneath the pelagic ocean. Pelagic. Dark Lord's influence is strong here. Wargs, werewolf, and the Lycans roam every corner of this land. You have to move quickly and quietly, careful not to be spotted. I have found out nothing regarding the spell that has cut off our world from the heavens. But one thing is becoming clear to me with every passing day. Lords of Shadow must die. Awesome. Yeah, it's a face. Surprised they didn't carve tits on that as well. You know, I'd honestly completely forgot the fairies were even a thing. They also aren't wearing clothes and have their nipples out. It's not like I'm a prude or anything, but if it felt like these various things had exposed nipples for any reason other than to titillate the audience or increase the age rating, like if it felt like they had some kind of cohesion within the world, then I'd be okay with it. As it is, I think it's just kind of gratuitous. It doesn't really matter though. There's also the odd pacing thing of, like, we spend so much of the time, like, so much of the early game, with just the daggers as a sub-weapon. And then in the space of, like, 3 levels, we gain the Dark Crystal and the Fairy Blossoms. And now we're not going to get the final sub-weapon until after we've killed the Werewolf Lord and gone into the Vampire Land. Because it's the Holy Water. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, 3 fairies. Yeah. Once we've gotten all the fairies we need for this, I'm probably never going to use them again. It's rare that I do use any of the sub-weapons in this game, except maybe the Holy Water. Like, we'll have to see about that, I don't remember. But I specifically recall, like, never using the Dark Crystal, never using the fairies, and pretty much never using the daggers, really. Because it's like, the daggers are great against werewolves and such. Like, okay, cool. Against the lesser lycanthropes, they immediately kill them. Great. But that removes the possibility of me using them for building up the focus bar to restore my magic, which itself is like something of an issue. same reason why I don't like always grab enemies and kill them. Oh look, it's the head of Sparta from DMC Devil May Cry. There was a puzzle there? I thought we were just goofing around. Release one against nearest enemy. Distracts certain enemies. It's like that's really a distraction. Before I do that, there was a scroll that I couldn't look at because it was on the log. Let's go back and take a look at that real quick. Is it a scroll or is it like an item? That's a shadow gem. I want a goddamn life gem. I'm one life gem away from a health upgrade. Been like that for like 2 hours. And the enemy's gonna pop up now. Yep, there they are. Stand in a corner where I can't see you. Rude. So how did Sonic ultimately go, Chance? I assume given the timing of your arrival, you finished Tails' playthrough? That's right, everybody. Chance is back to streaming. Did Sonic and Tails, yeah. I figured you would have done Sonic, so you started with Sonic's. I wonder what happened to Sonic. Yeah, I remember when I streamed Sonic Adventure. I did it in 2 sessions. I think I did Tails and Sonic in one run, and then everybody else, including Super Sonic, was another session, and that was it. Get a load of this. Okay, why wouldn't the game let me fucking move? I can't remember what the line is, but there's a line in Sonic Heroes that Eggman does during the Egg Emperor fight, and I can't remember what it is, but like that one's also really bad. But it's been so long since I played Egg Emperor in Sonic Heroes. So it was just a glitch, like the game wouldn't let me move. No, Sonic Heroes is the next Sonic game on the list for me to stream. But like, I am in no hurry to stream another Sonic game. I think at this point, I'm pretty sure I've streamed more Sonic games than Mario games. And I actually like Mario games. It's that goddamn Sonic Marathon. Yeah, and I've not streamed a Sonic game since. What I should stream is Super Mario Galaxy. I got a really good control scheme. There we go, finally. I like that it's a significant amount of like extra health they give you as well. I got a really good control scheme set up with Dolphin that I found online. And I tested it out, and I think it's like actually genuinely viable to stream Super Mario Galaxy. You'll have to give that a try. But I don't want to use a Wiimote. It's funny because like I came out of that, like I was planning to do up until Sonic Heroes. I did Sonic 1 CD. No, I did Sonic 1 and 2 I think in one session, and then did Sonic CD, and then did Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And then did Sonic Adventure, and then Sonic Adventure 2, and I was planning to end on Heroes. But like Sonic Adventure 2 was such a slog. Like it just was not fun. And I was always kind of like, am I just terrible at Sonic Adventure 2? Like, am I just being overly hateful of it? And then Teak streamed it, and Teak also hated it. And so I felt validated. I was quite happy with that. motherfucker. These fucking greater lycanthropes look like their enemies in Tales of Vesperia. You know what? For the sake of stream, let's show off what happens with the Dark Crystal. It's the exact same thing that happened earlier when Claudia did it. Like, there's literally no difference. And then we just immediately got a refresh. Yeah. Can you imagine if Anima just came up with her bats out? Like, Seymour just summons Anima and she's just there with, like, big floppy titties. You think that'd make him stop summoning her? Well, you gotta remember, it is his mother. Alright, what's this ground core? Yeah, let's have that one. The Dark Lord of the Lycans.
Gabriel has fought long and hard to get to this point, and now he faces his stiffest challenge. The Dark Lord of the Lycans must be defeated if Gabriel
I feel like you shouldn't say
stands any
stiffest
chance
challenge
of
because I'm
bringing his
expecting to
beloved
walk
back.
in there now and see
I
the
fear
Dark
he will
Lord of the
suffer
Lycans
more
with
than
a
he knows once he discovers the
throbbing
truth.
boner.
And yet his hatred and burning desire for revenge cannot be underestimated. He has the gauntlet, and he has Gandolfi's weapon. He is a force that even the Dark Lord will struggle to deal with. Good. Soon he will overcome this evil. Soon the world will be free of the Lords of Shadow, and plans long dreamt of will come to fruition. Go, my friend, go and break this creature once and for all.
You know, I've got my Xbox set up now. I was thinking, like, let's do some of the stuff I've got on Xbox after Tales of Vesperia, so, like, take a break from spinning the wheel. And one of the things that came to mind was Dante's Inferno, which I might not do now because I'm doing Lords of Shadow, and they're both kind of God of War clones. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, Clem's been telling me for years how it's a pretty enjoyable game.
I have come to fulfill the prophecy.
Hello. You don't look as hairy as I expected.
Acolytes were not lying. A warrior from the Brotherhood, here on Lycan soil. I wonder, warrior.
This is a good game, Chance.
You are, and who I am.
I am on desecrated land, and you, and those of your clan, do not deserve to live.
You're a werewolf, but you're balding. How
You
do you
say
live
you
with
are
that?
here to fulfill a prophecy.
You and the other Lords of Shadow are protecting a power in your sanctuaries. I have come to reclaim that power.
You, alone, you dare enter my inner sanctum and dictate your petty mortal terms to me?
No, I dare
am
when your sanctum
immortal,
and kick
little
the
man.
shit out of you, you balding
Your
piece of
pathetic
shit.
prophecy is known to me, but you are ignorant. Ignorant of the real truth of your situation.
It is you who are ignorant. Ignorant of the pain and suffering you have brought to this land.
Hear me. Many centuries ago, 3 great warriors founded the Brotherhood of Light, the order to which you belong. Their sole purpose was to serve God and defeat the devil. For decades, the founders fought fiercely against the spawns of Satan, and finally tipped the equilibrium in God's favor. Such was their commitment to the crusade, that their studies in holy enlightenment led them to 3 sacred places, where the power of God converged with such intensity that it forged a bridge between the spiritual and the real. The founders used that power to purify themselves, abandoning their human forms and transforming them into spiritual beings whose power was second only to God's.
You tell me nothing that I did not already know, beast.
Little did they realize that what they left behind were not their carcasses devoid of souls, but instead the dark sides of themselves. Don't you see?
His hair is clipping through his ear.
That is how we
It
came to
bothers me.
be. We, who you call the Lords of Shadow.
No. You lie.
This place is where one of your founders ascended into heaven, and where I was born. This is the place where, according to your prophecy, a warrior of light will reclaim the power of my beloved
Liar!
in heaven, and I too will diminish. If that were to occur, he would die with me, because we are still the same being, he and I, still connected. Kill me, and you kill him. Kill us all, and you will kill the century founders of your own order.
I don't fucking care.
Ah, brother. Even you have to smile at the irony of it all.
The time's been and gone.
Perhaps he is willing to sacrifice himself for you. For the greater good. I, however, am not.
Cool. Wasn't asking your opinion. Cornell. 3 founding members of the Brotherhood of Lights were brave warriors who sacrificed their physical bodies in order to become spiritual beings, able to fight God's wars against the evil. They performed a mystic ritual to transform themselves into angelic creatures. Their intentions were honorable. They were deceived and their spirits were fractured. Their good sides were transported to heaven as angelic beings, while their dark sides were left behind. Cornell was the youngest of the 3, but also the strongest. Unlike his companions, he rarely used his magic powers, preferring to fight using a great sledgehammer that none but he could wield. On that fateful night, the spirit of Cornell left his body, and all the strength and anger left behind gave birth to the lycanthrope Dark Lord.
Lord of the Lycans.
Alright. Fucking go. Fucking go.
Is this the best the Brotherhood can Your skills are no match for mine. warrior! Is this the best the Brotherhood could offer? Your skills are no match for mine! Call yourself a warrior! Stand and shout.
A lot of talk coming out of that mouth. Not sure what a balding werewolf looks like. Look at that. Hair everywhere except your head. Lycanthrope Dark Lord. The Dark Lord of the Lycanthropes is the personification of hate and violence. In his werewolf form, he has superhuman strength and speed, far greater than even his mighty lieutenants. In addition to his natural abilities, he can also use the power of the Cyclone Boots, magical relics worn by his human counterpart. With them, he is able to jump great distances and perform powerful charge movements that can tear down most obstacles. I think it might have been a mistake to go bigger there, buddy. You just need to be doing a lot worse. Okay, so he's invincible now. Let's change that. Thank you. It's hammer time. I'd say that was a success. Aside from like the rough start, that fight went really well. I did very well. Good job, me. Shit out of them. Ray, did you see me just absolutely dominate that fucker?
Make haste, my love. Reclaim the power before it is lost.
Oblivion. Sempiternam. Daemonis.
That doesn't seem very worth it. The Cyclone Boots. A gift to Cornell, these powerful boots were forged long ago. They allowed him to travel vast distances at tremendous speeds. However, after he became the Dark Lord of the Lycans, he improved upon their design, using shadow magic to turn them into a powerful weapon, enabling him to charge down his enemies with incredible speed. They don't want you to like actually properly sprint with them. Kind of lame. Hello.
You have gained great power, but it is not enough. You must unite the two that remain. Come with me. Our time is running out.
Okay. Alright, what do we have? Sprint. Go banana. Yeah. I always prefer the upgrades that don't rely on a limited resource. What's this? Oh. It's like, there could be times I run out of magic. Like, well, I can't rely on it then, can I? But you know what I'll always have? My combat cross. The whip. Yeah, let's go with this. This seems reasonable. Next time, chapter 4, which is 2 chapters, 2 levels. Look at that, there's too many levels. Like, it's not worth going back to look for these upgrades. Because there's no guarantee I'll be able to actually get them. Or like if I'll need a different upgrade. So like, again, it becomes a thing of you're better off just waiting. Unless you're going to look up a guide to find a list of like what you need for each thing, where it is in which area. You're better off waiting until you have all the movement upgrades. And I forget how late in the game you finally get all of those. Because like we've got the Cyclone boots now for defeating Cornell, the Dark Lord of the Lycanthropes. The double jump upgrade we don't get until we defeat Carmilla, the Dark Lord of the Vampires. Which is going to be a while. And like, there's definitely stuff that you need the double jump for that we've already seen. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I hope everybody's enjoyed the first run of Lords of Shadow. We'll continue with more of this on available Mondays. Castle-Day-nia is remaining a Monday experience. I believe we'll be back on Thursday with more Tales of Vesperia. Hopefully we're approaching the end of that, and once we're done with that, I'm not sure what we'll be doing next. I've got a few ideas in mind, some stuff off the Xbox. I'll go through like the Xbox while it's all hooked up and everything, and see what I want to do. Because there's some good, interesting stuff there. But yeah, that is pretty much it. I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Ninja, Teak, Peach, Chance for the raid, Leon pops in. I believe that was Aerobutter. That's right, you are Clem. You keep being Clem. So yeah, back Thursday, I believe, with more Tales of Vesperia. But, in the meantime, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching, have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.